Hello. What's up, guys? Tears of the Kingdom rando. Yes, this is Tears of the Kingdom time save randomizer. Hey guys. How's it going? I am doing okay. Yes, all dungeons. Not most dungeons? No. Not just most of them. Gotta make sure it's all of them. No, not sub 240. Sub 240 would be too hard right now. Just like one more PB, 243-ish. Oh. Okay, getting it 4 times in a row in practice means I'm definitely failing in a run. Yeah, then some other categories. I want to try out Master Sword and all main quests and glitchless. Have I ever played OOT or MM3DS on stream? Depends on your definition of on stream. Did I show? Here. Depends on your definition of on stream. I have not visually showed either of those games on stream. I believe I have let the audio through my mic for them on stream. All main quests. Right now, the all main quests record is like 408. Although it's basically no one's run it. It's super unoptimized. I think all main quests should realistically go down to like 330. That's a sus answer. What do you expect? I don't have a 3DS capture card. So all I could ever do was just stream the audio. Thanks, Reset, Dark and Sky. Well, there was a way to play on PC. I mean, this was when they came out, and Citra either didn't exist or was still very bad. I forgot which. At the very least, I hadn't tried Citra at that point. I mean, yeah, sure. Now, if I wanted to play either of them, I could just play on Citra, but I don't really care about playing either of them right now. I have a little bit of routing ideas for all main quests, but at the same time, it's also kind of just going to be all dungeons plus a bit of extra stuff. So I don't think there's going to be too much routing in it. But I have some things I want to look into. I don't imagine that like the dungeon order is going to change or anything. Hey, it's the start of Hundo. I mean, I guess, yes, this is the same beginning that Hundo would do. As well as the same beginning a few other categories would do. Toad's Turnpike, Excite Bike, and Sunshine Airport are the Mario Kart tracks to choose from. These all kind of suck. I'm gonna choose random.
What is that?
Full list of everything AMQ has on top of AD. The extra stuff AMQ does is all memories, the Ring Ruin side quest, Master Sword, which unfortunately just involves trading all your hearts for stamina and not actually doing shrines. The 10 heart door at Thunderhead, which literally just means warp back there at the end of the run when you have 10 hearts from heart containers from all the bosses. Okay, it was random doing Sunset Wilds. I have the wrong controller in my hand. I'm gonna turn audio up for you guys. I have not done this track much at all. I don't know if I've actually ever done this. I feel like I didn't even play this even when the latest pack came out. This might be my first time playing this track.
Who carries that fragile sword? Rahu placed his faith in you. And that was all you could do.
How do you know our names?
In second place, going into lap 3. In second place, and a blue shell just hit the guy in front of me. And I have a red shell. And someone just passed me. Okay, it's okay, the red shell got me first again. Might actually, oh, and I have a red shell in first. Might actually get a win. I almost hit a shy guy. Red shell hit the guy behind me. Someone just passed me. Oh god, I need a... 2 people just passed me. Are you serious? I am in 9th. I am in 10th. I'm in 11th. I dropped 8 places within like 3 seconds from getting hit once. Yeah, that was the Mario Kart experience. I got Super Mario Karted there. That was the prime Mario Kart experience. Well, time to go back to this game. Luckiest MK race. Man, I was doing really good considering I've barely played that track, if at all. Mad. Thanks resub ninjas. Thanks resub Naito. Thanks resub Comrade Kona. I actually got it first try. The trend of bad Mario Kart race into first try cog skip continues. Dude, I hate when that happens. Yeah, I'm just tactically getting my bad luck out of the way, of course. Thanks for resub, Casualty. Cool. Yeah, I'm pretty sure stamina automatically refills when you open a chest. Most cutscene stuff refill stamina. In Mario Kart, I got 11th place. I was in first/second most of the race. And I had, like 5 seconds away from the finish line, I had a good shot of minimum top 3. And probably second or first. And then, right at the last second, I went to 11th. No, do you mean like clipping out of GSI to get to the overworld early? No. The game has a check that if you are outside a certain coordinate box, it instantly kills you in GSI. Although there is one theoretical way, which is if you can start the army fight. If you could somehow start the army fight without triggering the GSI kill box, it will in fact work. All you have to do is somehow get within the GSI kill box to the army fight in 1 frame. If we can do that, then we would successfully skip GSI. I am saying there's a chance. There's legitimately a chance in this, whereas in Breath of the Wild, it's kind of no chance. There is slightly higher chance in this than Breath of the Wild. Yeah, just somehow get from the top of the map to the bottom in 1 frame. Well, the more realistic idea is something more like manipulate save coordinates. Like, say, if you could save at certain coordinates in a shrine or somewhere on, like, most likely a shrine. Like, say, I think the idea that Ababob had was, say you get out of bounds in a shrine, travel to the equivalent coordinates of where the army fight would be, make a save and load it, and then somehow have it load army rather than, or have it load like the overworld rather than the shrine. Then theoretically, that could do it. So some kind of, essentially like a void warp in OOT. So there's at least a theoretical possibility. Yeah, you definitely have to defeat army to fight Ganondorf. The loading zone does not exist until you defeat army. I mean, you know, of course, aside from any kind of theoretical void warp or wrong warp. Yeah, this game got broken pretty quick. It's pretty neat. Yeah, I remember that week where every day there was a new duping method. That week for speedrunners, that week for Nintendo devs, yeah. That was a good time for us. We were eating good. Clouds, please. I think I can see my visual cue, but I can't be sure. Dude, that cloud is moving so slowly. I can't tell. Dude, this is wasting so much time. Okay, I was way off. It's a good thing I waited. Although I'm also mad that I had to wait so long. Yeah, cloud RNG is unironically actually really annoying now. Throwing that wing hits the raft down below where the construct is to give you the energy cells. You can either activate the cutscene by talking to him or just hitting the raft. So we hit the raft with a wing orb, and that just starts the cutscene from very far away. Just a much faster way to get the battery. Just get lucky with the clouds. Then I know I gotta work on my cloud RNG. No, landing on a wing when you jump off a ledge like that is completely consistent. You just have to know when to drop the wing. Thanks for the sub, Kyle Bear. This angle is really bad. Okay, never mind. Works out. Thanks for the resub, Wiener Snack. Okay, the majority of the time loss here is because of the clouds. How much time am I losing to clouds? Oh my god, like 20 seconds. Okay, I don't think it was 20 seconds of clouds. I think some of it was me. But still. Old man yells at cloud. Got the updraft. Oh, and still ended up diving. Okay, made it across. As long as I don't go for a swim. Nice. Love when I get those two instantly. Why did the frog not come out? Bad duping? Come on. The lab guy in OOT. Dude, was the lab guy in OOT just making speed elixirs the whole time? Did he know? I got 11th in the Mario Kart race, so this is guaranteed PB. Not 12, no. Thankfully, I have not gotten a single 12 yet since I started doing Mario Kart and speedruns. Huh, I thought I'd lose more time than that, considering my duping. Well, I guess it was made up by getting instant frog and arowana. Wonder what bomb flowers taste like? Try cooking it and see what happens. Unfortunately, it does not actually blow up in a cooking pot. It just makes dubious food. It would have been very funny if they made it blow up in your face. Of all the incredible details in this game, I have to say that's one thing I'm disappointed at, and it feels like there's a lack of detail. Not having a special exploding animation for trying to cook a bomb. What non-standard food in Tears of the Kingdom do you think would taste the best? Considering how ugly Monster Cake looks, NPCs all seem to say that Monster Cake is so good. Do you think Monster Cake would be not terrible? Okay. That's a thing that can happen. Very cool. I've never actually just jumped over the thing. My bomb jump has always hit it. Maybe I just did like a super late bomb jump. I'll have to look at that again. The grimace shake of cakes. Yeah, same Gilded Dragon. I didn't even think it was possible to make it all the way over. Come on. I ran out of the cave there because the warp load is actually faster if you exit the cave first. It's strange. Splice again. Man. Best category first for GDQ debut, any percent for sure. I know we all like to hate on any percent, but for a GDQ, any percent should generally always be the first thing shown. But overall, I think all dungeons is pretty clearly the best category right now. Wait, it was just black? It didn't even show, like, no signal? That's weird. Hundo is great. It just sucks that it's 30 hours. But, like, if you ignore the time, Hundo is a pretty great category, I think. Breath of the Wild Hundo was great. Tears of the Kingdom Hundo bad. I think it's cool. I mean, if you're talking about the rules, I kind of get not liking some of the rules. But just based on what you do, I think it's pretty cool. Come on. Dude. Pancake is unconditional hate for this game, I see. Huh? Huh? Okay, interesting. That's never happened before. Come on.
Ah. Oh.
Come on. I wish I could figure out what causes the difference in how much I'm able to push the ABCS down, because sometimes I'm able to push it down like as much as possible. Sometimes I can only get like a medium push like that, and sometimes I can barely push it down at all, and I don't understand the difference.
What? Oh.
Yeah, I like the
What?
fall damage animation cancel there.
Hmm. Hmm. Ah. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Uh, interesting. I have not had it knock me over like that. Please, please, please. Reckless driving.
Oh. Oh.
No, auto build cancel is way too powerful to route out right now. Nothing speed-wise even comes close. And not only speed-wise, in terms of movement, but also in terms of grabbing things, like using auto build cancel to, for example, carry the body parts in Construct Factory is so important. So yeah, auto build is way too important this run to route it out right now. Come on. Grab it. Uh-oh. Run's over. My master sword got deleted. Sometimes if the setup isn't just right, it deletes your sword. Very cool. Stop ending runs. I mean, I wish that every run could finish. No, I want to get on the box. My true range will get this guy. Yeah, if only I had an unbreakable sword. Okay. I'm gonna set up Mario Kart again. No, safety save's not worth it. Actually, I wouldn't even need a safety save because there's an autosave right as I get Hylian Shield. So really, if I really wanted to continue it, I could just load the autosave. But even that is gonna lose. Like loading the autosave is like 30 seconds, 20 or 30 seconds, and then on top of that, the time it took me to get up to the point where I failed, which was probably like 20 seconds. So I'm already losing close to a minute if I load the autosave, which is, at that point I might as well just reset. Like if it was, if my PB wasn't as good, if I was still trying to just get decent runs, then I'd use it, but when I'm at this point where my PB is actually pretty decent now, can't really afford a minute time loss on a single split. Thanks for the reset, Morphika. Phantom Ganon spawns? Pretty sure Phantom Ganon spawns are all predetermined. Like, they're just specific places in the overworld, just like any other of the mini-bosses, like Hinoxes and Taluses. It's just most of the time they are not as apparently obvious where they are. Uh-oh, I'm spectating. Might not make it into a race. Okay, it's near the end of this race. I'm not sure though. Actually, no, it's only on lap 2. Yeah, I might not make it into this race on time. This can be skipped with out of bounds on version 1.0, but not on version 1.1, which is the overall better version for this category.
What is that?
Yeah, the spectating is towards the end of lap 3. But with how long it takes, it's gonna take to load up to the stage select and how long stage select takes, I don't think I'm gonna make it into a race in time. Yeah, there's no way I can get into a race on time. I'm gonna have to skip Mario Kart for this.
Seals the darkness.
Rip.
The blade that shatters so easily against my power cannot save you from me.
Yeah, might as well restart now.
Zelda. You who carries that fragile sword.
Well, I mean, real M, if you're saying any percent can do intro skip with time loss, then so can all dungeons. Like, if you want to skip, if you want to take the not doing out of bounds intro time loss 90%, you can also take the not doing message not found time loss in all dungeons. Like, it's not that important to the run. It only saves about a minute and a half. So you could totally just not run with message not found. All dungeons would just use more Ruby/Topaz for fights. You wouldn't even bother zuggling for almost anything. Besides the Lionel fight, that's the only thing you'd actually zuggle for. Yeah, that's what we were doing before message not found strats, was just Ruby everything. Except C's Construct, which for C's Construct we just did the fight normally by like actually knocking him into the electric fence. Many. The only theoretical way that could happen is if I could use an autosave. Theoretically, there is an autosave that is made towards the end of the prologue. And if I was able to set up getting message not found without that autosave being lost, then I could do that. But if you need a manual save is always going to require you to actually take the time out to press start and do the save. And doing anything that's not the standard in the prologue is going to require you to actually do the prologue. Like, doing intro skip is only allowed if you do not deviate from anything standard. But the unfortunate thing about the autosave thing is that by the time you get to Fuse, which right now is the earliest you could set it up, that autosave is gone. if you could set it up in Ascend, there's like a small chance you might be able to avoid the autosave getting destroyed. Oh my god. But then, even now, Ultra Hand is now the fastest way to set up message not found. And by that point, there's 0 chance of still having that autosave. Come on, I hate when I grab that ledge. I'm not trying to do that. Yeah, being able to favorite an autosave. Well, I guess even if you could favorite an autosave, you could argue that you would then have to take the time. Well, I guess no, because you could take the time out to favorite that autosave in the GSI file. I guess theoretically what you could do is have the autosave available in the game. Like, still do intro skip and start from Room of Awakening, but with the autosave in the prologue. And then you load the autosave in the prologue and then manual save there, and then load back your GSI file. It would cost you like half of your message not found time save, but you wouldn't have to watch the intro. If you're okay with message not found only saving like 45 seconds instead of 1 minute 30. Goal right now is just like one more PB, 243-ish. Sub 240 is definitely... Sub 240 is like barely within the realm of possibility right now, I think. The category is no longer like not optimized. It's gotten to the point where it's at least like respectably optimized, I think. Still has a long way to go, but it's not like 10 minutes away. Oh, come on. Yeah, that was a good landing. I love when I land right on the stairs. I am not muted. Sometimes there is just nothing to say. I just sound like that, yeah. No Subway Surfers in the corner. Sorry. No Subway Surfers today. An OBS overlay of one of those bouncy DVD screensavers. That's the true genius move. When is that gonna replace Subway Surfers on the TikToks? No. No. Good fog RNG. You know, I heard Subway Surfers is actually like one of the most popular speedrun games on speedrun.com now. Which I don't know how to feel about that. How? From what I heard it's like super big in Brazil or something. Someone go check and verify this from. This is only what I heard. I didn't actually check on the site. It was a Brazilian TikTok trend, yeah. 7th most popular by active plays. Wow. Peaked at 20,000 active runners. Oh my god. Thoughts on OOT 100%? I think OOT 100% is a cool speedrun. Wait. Not bonked by the chest. I generally know how to avoid the chest to not get bonked by it. Every Tears of the Kingdom runner has gotten bonked by it and killed by it once. And then you know that you actually have to watch out for it. Thanks for the reset, Irish Bud. A very good gliding here. Nice, got 2. Target time is just 1 more PB or 243 or something. Don't plan on running this too much longer. What? How'd the frog get that far away? Okay, I got it. Oh, I could have got a second frog. I would have actually saved on duping. I'm gonna fail a dupe anyway. Actually, do more than I needed. Oh, crit. I should actually use the crit here. I did not want to grab the bow. I was also supposed to dupe wings earlier. Come on. Oh my god. So since my last speed food was a crit, I actually have an extra speed food in the run now. I'm not actually sure where I want to use the extra. I feel like Hyrule Castle probably. Yeah, it's gotta be Hyrule Castle. It barely does anything in Hyrule Castle, but at least does a tiny bit. I might have been too far to the side there. I think that should be fine. That was a bit weird. No, it's good. Dude. Did my stream go down for a second? Yes, is everything good? Is everything fine now? No, yes, no, okay. Oh, my mic is muted, dang. Thanks for telling me my mic was muted after you heard me asking if my stream was okay. Thanks for the resub, Tajni. Some good old buzzing. Interestingly enough, the last run ended literally right before I turned the microwave on. Like literally the thing before the step to turn the microwave on. I was so close to the microwave. Yeah, surely this run will turn the microwave on successfully. Yes, Nacho. Nacho is right here. See? Nacho. I am not getting the Pokemon DLC. Pokemon bad. Based, thank you. I'm glad you all agree. Based on what? Based on the fact that Pokemon games quality has been declining for several years. Oh wow, this is a really high wing. I didn't lose any height at all on that. $3D was a mistake. 3D was not a mistake for Pokemon. 3D was the right way to go for Pokemon. They just don't know how to do it properly. Like literally the direction of the games is correct. The execution of it has just been atrocious. Thanks, a reset, Master. I can understand wanting sprites back. Sprite work was pretty neat, especially in like Gen 5. But I also think 3D models are fine. And I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with 3D models. I mean, I know some people don't like them that much. Which is moderately understandable. But it's just the effort put into the games. My biggest complaint is just the effort put into the games. It's just not there. Or not necessarily not the effort, but the time needed to put in that effort. Sub 34. Okay, they have not been reusing the models since N64. They've been reusing them since XY, I'm pretty sure. Which I don't think there's anything wrong with. I think it's fine to reuse models like that. It's not that big of a deal. I don't think they should be making new models for no reason if they're going to be pretty similar anyway. I don't think that's the problem. This is really bad. I might have to do... No, I'm fine. Why did the fairy not do? Why? You guys want to know an interesting thing that was discovered somewhat recently? So, if you guys may have noticed sometimes when I'm doing the pocket rockets here, when I used to do this with Wooden Shield only has 12 durability and Rusty Shield has 16 durability. And if you have ever counted the exact number of jumps I've done with either one, sometimes it's been like one more than it should be. And I was wondering like what was going on with that. I wasn't sure if like I was miscounting or if there's something weird going on. And so I brought it up in glitch hunting in the Discord and we looked into it. And it turns out if your first pocket rocket after doing fuse entanglement, if you cancel it frame perfectly for the first one after fusing, it does not do durability damage to your shield. It's only the first one after fusing it to your shield. I don't know why. And it has to be frame perfectly canceled. But if you do that, then you get one free use without damaging your shield. It's not really time save because I actually have my durability routed to... Really? I have my durability routed so that I specifically want to use 16 anyway, and using a 17th wouldn't really help. So it's not actually a time save, it's just interesting. Yeah, it basically means nothing for routing. Because routing around... oh, I already have... I forgot I have the crit food on. Routing around that is not really practical. Especially when... one jump is almost never going to be that meaningful. Yeah, if for some reason you ever were routing it so that that one, I mean, like I could see some world where that one extra durability does actually do something meaningful, but I think that's going to be a very rare thing to happen.
What? What? Hmm. Hmm. Ah. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Please stop sliding. I wonder how many of those charges I'm actually going to be able to pick up. Actually, did anyone see my fairy count when I paused there? Because I know that I didn't dupe the normal number of fairies I usually do here. I'm not sure if I need to care or not. Okay, I picked up like 3 of the charges. Come on. What? Please. Okay. It worked. That was just really slow. I think I'm gonna lose all my time though, because I did weapon state transfer so slowly. And even my zuggling was kind of slow.
Hmm. Mm-hmm. Ah. Yeah. Check it. Woohoo! Hmm. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Hey! Hey!
Seems like I'm gonna break the record every week now. Well, this run is at the point where it's like just starting to get pretty decently optimized. It's still at that point where there's a good amount of time to save, and I'm
Oh.
getting much better quickly. So this is kind of normal at this point in the run, or this point in like the game's optimization life. It'll slow down soon. I mean, it's already slowed down. I think it's been like close to a week since my last PB. Where before that, I think it got like 3 in a single week.
Huh. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna lose all my time. Oh well.
Hmm. Ah. Mm-hmm. Huh. Yeah.
Top left guy is usually for when my PB is very optimized and I'm trying to go for an even more significantly optimized run. That's usually like very late stage runs, which definitely not at that point for this game yet, and probably don't plan to for this game. Yeah, PB video.
Huh. Huh. Hmm. Yes.
Can you come back through popular demand? No. Unless the popular demand is me.
Ah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes, there is no democracy here. Yeah, you never want to give Twitch chat power. No, landed too far away. Any chance that 1.0 could still be faster? Yes. So 1.0's biggest issue is auto build cancel can't go upwards on 1.0, and we use a lot of upwards auto build cancels in this. And to get around that, like right now, the best thing 1.0 could realistically do is warp back to GSI and do ABCSs from there for the really long ones, and then replace some of the shorter ones with Pocket Rocket. So 1.0 has two advantages over 1.1, which is not having to redo Pocket Rocket every time because the rocket fuse is infinite, and intro skip. Intro skip would save about a minute. The Pocket Rocket stuff would save about 40 seconds, maybe closer to 30. But the time it loses to auto build cancel is a lot because it's going to add a lot of extra warping and just like much slower movement. But if auto build cancels on 1.0 can be optimized more, and better methods could be found, or like how to actually use it for long distances when you need to go upwards, then 1.0 would have a chance, yeah. Oh, come on. Don't get the long load. No, it's the long load, dude. I was too late to get the fairies out. Cool.
Whoa. Yes.
Thanks, resub. IMBK69. If I were to accidentally reuse a random seed, do I think I'd notice? Actually, that has happened once, and I did notice after like 5-ish minutes.
Sure.
Or like, I kind of noticed immediately because I remember my first item was the same as the one I got the last seed, and I'm like, what an interesting coincidence. And I think like 2 or 3 checks later, I'm like, wait a second, this is the same seed. What? No. Stop. I can't ABCS. Why can't I do this? I hate repeatedly failing ABC. This is not going high enough. Okay. Please, why are you crouching? Oh yeah, I remember that time I leaked spoiler log on accident because I copied the wrong log. The noise is 8 Master Swords stacked on top of each other. I'm currently holding 8 Master Swords. Sounds OP. It is. Basically everything in this run is going to die in one hit. Except C's Construct, which has 20,000 HP, which will take 14 hits. Come on. How many hit points do children have in this game? Unfortunately, they have infinite, and they cannot die in this game. You can't kill them, but you can make them scream. This run does make Goron children scream in fear, which is a nice consolation. I hate the days when I'm bad at ABC. Don't jump slash. Arrows, nice. Wait, that didn't do it, did it? Okay, that's annoying. I'm gonna have to zuggle. Because I accidentally grabbed an extra bow earlier in the run, that messed up my inputs there. I'm gonna have to zuggle an extra Lionel bow now. Honestly, I can probably get away with not doing that, but I probably shouldn't risk it. It shouldn't take that long, so it's not a big deal. I just have to decide where I want to do it. I feel like doing it near the dispenser is probably a good idea. at least for this category, we specifically need the 4 Phenomena quest completed in order for activating Hyrule Castle. And if you do not grab the stones, then that quest does not activate. I have been meaning to test if you kill the boss but don't grab the stone, if the boss appears in the depths before Ganondorf. I'm not sure. I've been meaning to test that and I just forgot. It wouldn't have any speedrun relevance, just out of curiosity. Please. Recycle a bad run for testing purposes. Yeah, I should do that. If I ever have a run that dies after or like around a dungeon, I should go and just test that.
My name is Minoru. I am the Sage of Spirit. I am happy
No, it
you
still
have
wouldn't
arrived.
work for glitchless. I mean,
At last we can speak
not
with
work,
each
but
other.
it still wouldn't matter for glitchless unless like
Unfortunately, I no longer have a body.
it makes it easier
Without
for
a
you
physical
to
form,
avoid a
cannot yet
boss in the
speak
depths for
face
some
to face.
reason.
But do you see the four
I could not get
storehouses
all
in
the parts
area?
clipped into this, but Ababob did take a look at the flags to see if hypothetically it should work, and it looks like it would not work.
I would ask you to visit each of them and assemble a body for me.
Yeah, because it looks like it actually has a counter for... It doesn't just
This
check
is
are
my
these parts in
request to
place, it
you,
actually has a check for
loyal swordsman to Zelda.
how many parts are in the thing, up to 5, and the counter does not increment if the mask is not in the head. So that pretty much kills it. Only 1 rocket? 2. Okay, that's good enough. What? No, don't do that. Don't do that either. I haven't juggled a bow in so long, I forgot how to do this. Uh, well, there goes all my time save here. I need to do charges now too. This is really bad. Text language does not matter. Voice language does. English is the fastest. Nope.
That's one. Bring the other 3 here as well, Link.
Yeah, I thought I was gonna lose a ton of time here. All that is because I
And that's
grabbed an
another
extra
part.
bow
2
at the
left.
beginning on accident, which messed up my bow dude with the Lionel. That's so dumb. Yeah, the fact that auto build works for literally anything that you make is super good. I definitely thought when I first got auto build in my casual playthrough, I definitely thought that it was not going to save like literally anything you build. I thought it was Zonai device related things only. This game is very good at not having a lot of limitations you think it might have. Yeah, I like Construct Factory in my casual playthrough. Thought it was really unique. I can see why people don't like it. Okay, my opinion on people's opinion of Construct Factory is I think... Oh, that's not what I wanted. I think people don't like it because you have to... Come on. Pick it up. Because you have to, like, build stuff and it kind of takes longer. Or, like, if you don't build stuff properly, it'll take longer. And I think some people were not used to that. This rod is gonna burn out. Yeah. And, yeah, I think it's very good use of the concepts for the game, but I think people that... If you didn't get used to building stuff by the time you got here, then you were gonna think it's really tedious. But if you used what you were supposed to learn well, then it'd be good.
One more left, Link. The body for my spirit is nearly complete.
Come on. This has been a terrible Construct Factory. Where's next time save? I got some time save on this split, although the fact that I don't have a rocket
Thank you, Link.
is going to
Now only one
impact
task
that time
remains.
save. I don't think it's worth it to fuse
We
a new
must
rocket because I
recover my
barely am
secret
going to
stone.
use it here. I would only use it for starting the construct fight, which is a very
Should be
small...
located here.
Like, it's...
Please, Link.
It kind of sucks.
Let us
It's
go
kind of
there
a decent
together.
amount of movement, but it's also one section.
The path will be very dangerous. Fortunately, this construct body you have built for me is...
Yeah, I guess if you try to build something and it doesn't
There is a
work,
platform
since
nearby
building
where we
kind of
can
takes a
explore
while,
its potential.
then it would be easy to get annoyed, I guess. I think that's one unfortunate aspect of the game is that, like,
Now
because
hurry,
building
We must
is
recover
obviously
my
super
secret stone.
interesting mechanic, but it can take a while, and then, like, if it takes a while and then it doesn't work, then it can get annoying. But at the same time, I feel like they also made building, like, as quickly as it possibly could be. And it is a great mechanic regardless, but just has a downside. I almost hit that tree. That was quick. You know what I should have done? I should have just fused one of those rockets, like just a regular rocket shield fuse, actually. Like not even fuse entanglement. What are you doing? Yeah, so here, because I don't have a rocket, I'm just gonna have to run. Which kind of sucks. Actually, there's something I kind of want to try here. I feel like this might be a bad idea, but I'm just going to try it. Actually, this seems fine.
We will not be able to force our
No,
way
it's
past the defenses. You must be brave, but not careless.
I wanted that turnaround before getting off so that when I jump off the Minaru, I jump towards the construct. I think it works out.
Let out your arms. Be careful.
Do I get a rocket drop? No rocket drop. Huh? Huh, that was almost a best split despite not having the rocket. No, ABC didn't break. I actually messed up. I messed up duping the bow, the Lionel bow earlier. Because I grabbed an extra bow on accident at GSI. And that made me have to dupe a bow with Zuggling. And then I hadn't duped a bow with Zuggling in such a long time, I just kept messing up the inputs. And so I just had a very sloppy construct factory.
Well then.
I'm trying to dupe an extra bow.
Well then.
I could drop the extra bow before duping. I just... Well, one, I didn't even need to. If I had just remembered that it would be an issue, I could have worked around it. But also, I didn't want to, like, go into my inventory and drop the bow ahead of time. It was just like... I had to just keep it in mind, and it wouldn't have been an issue, but I just wasn't thinking about it at the time that I grabbed the bow. And so it became an issue. Like, it's 100% my fault. I just was not paying attention. I would say my fault as opposed to, like, for example, if it was RNG. Yeah, it's just it's something that like almost never happens. The last OT rando was like 4 days ago. Yeah, Yona does react to Minaru. She like jumps back and gets scared. I'll do another rando soon. I'll probably do a rando after my next PB. Which could even be today. I mean, probably not after that construct factory. But it's not impossible. Although I would be pretty mad if this was like my PB, my I'm done with this category PB, I'd be pretty upset. I got 11th place in Mario Kart this run. Yeah, this does do Phantom Ganons in Hyrule Castle.
Yes. Come. Oh. Hey now. Yes, yes.
Yeah, the worse the Mario Kart run, the better the speed run. It's definitely true. What? No, stop.
Whoa.
I hate accidentally bringing up the log.
Yes, yes.
No, I do not play Link. I used to play Baby Peach, and now I'm playing Yoshi.
Whoa.
Since Yoshi is the meta now, and I wasn't originally playing the meta, as you could tell by playing Baby Peach. But I decided I like Yoshi enough that I'm comfortable with just playing the meta. Betrayed Baby Peach. Poor Baby Peach. Average place in Mario Kart using all rays so far. It's something bad. My Mario Kart races have not been good. I swear I'm better at Mario Kart than my race placings during Tears of the Kingdom speedruns would suggest. But also, I'm getting thrown into hard lobbies since I have a lot of VR. I'm using default Green Yoshi. Green Yoshi's the best Yoshi. Why not Red Yoshi like Omset? Red Yoshi is nice, but Green Yoshi's still better. Yeah, exactly. Red's the color of time loss. I can't use Red Yoshi.
Here. Come here. Come to me.
Don't. Small chance that won't affect I have rocket routing, but I might end up having to use an extra rocket in Water Temple. Yeah, it's all up the side on here. Nice. Almost tied with PB. Almost definitely gonna lose time here though, because PB's Water Temple was super good. Bring it back. Man, I'm so mad at how much time I lost in Contract Factory. How much was it? From 149 to 248. I lost a whole minute in Contract Factory. I could be a minute ahead.
This is the source of the pure waters of
Man, being a minute ahead would be so nice. It's like being 30 seconds ahead twice.
Turn on the 4 faucets and you can collect water here. Heed my words.
Hello, Skook. Nope. Side on. Come on. Side on. Side on. Come on. Sidon is supposed to appear by running in a big circle here. Why is he not coming? Oh my god. Where is he? Why is this not working? Dude. Very cool. No, I'm pretty sure Minoru doesn't actually get in the way. Didn't want me to have a PB with a bad Contract Factory. Yeah, true. He's just being nice. He knows I'd hate to run anyway. I don't think he was fighting the thing, the construct.
Well done.
Hey, if you know, thanks. Come on. Light on. Dude. What are you doing?
All right.
Dude. Okay, that was quick at least. One of the side-on manipulations work as intended. He's related to OT fishing pond fishes, which explains a lot. Yeah, of course. Fish always have a history of being very annoying in speedruns. It all makes sense. Wow, I am going to lose a minute. No, whistling does not summon them. Whistling only helps if they are fighting another enemy. It will tell them to stop fighting that enemy. That's all it is. Rocket's gone. That kind of sucks. Because I want at least one more use of a rocket here. This is going to be a bit awkward. No. No, dude. Well, this run sucks. Run's not technically dead, but would be a struggle to save it at this point. It's not worth killing. It's still worth continuing and trying to finish it for practice. Not worth resetting, I guess. I wouldn't say the run comes down to Water Temple now, but it's probably the most significant swing spot of the run.
Whoa.
Did Sidon Killer run again? Yeah. One-second PB incoming. I would be furious at a 1-second PB. If I was on track for a 1-second PB, I definitely would intentionally fail grabbing Zelda's hand. I'd rather let Zelda die than get a 1-second PB. On? He usually appears immediately after. Oh, maybe it's because I didn't fuse the rocket since I fused the rocket back in Water Temple. But he usually appears like right after I talk to the Goron kids. Yeah, there was definitely an OOT run where I did that, where I didn't want to get a 1-second PB, so I delayed slashing Ganon by like a second. Like a 1-second PB is legitimately annoying. Like, you guys don't understand, because if I get a 1-second PB, it basically doesn't mean anything. It basically doesn't mean the run improved. 1 second is essentially a margin of error. But I have to upload a run to YouTube, I have to send it to the leaderboards, I have to, you know, there's a bunch of things that come with getting a PB that I don't want to have to deal with. Like, getting a 1-second PB is the ultimate first world problem. The buzzing noise is I have 8 glitched Master Swords in my hand right now, and each one of them creates a small buzz, but their buzz adds up, so it's kind of loud. Any other Zelda where you can have more than one Master Sword? I think there's glitches in Breath of the Wild to have more than one, right? Because I think you can... How do they work? I think you could do something with, like, getting the glitched early Master Sword with Breath of the Wild that let you get 2. I could be wrong, actually. I don't know. Anyone know Breath of the Wild glitches? Know if I'm crazy or not? Yeah, that's true. In OOT, you could have Sold Out and Master Sword if you count Sold Out as Master Sword, which I mean, functionally, it is the Master Sword.
Here I go!
Oh my god, please. The kids.
Let's go!
Sold Out counts and Message Not Found counts. Yeah, that's true.
Huh?
Google says you can do Master Swords in Breath of the Wild. I wouldn't trust Google. Does it give a source? Check the source, please. I would not trust just Google, what Google says. It's like asking ChatGPT to explain OG glitches to you.
Hey!
Yeah, trying to Google information like that nowadays is impossible. Trying to Google any type of game information just gets you like the super casual like IGN articles and like those articles that are just like how to beat this, how to like get this very obvious thing in this game.
It's real big!
Okay. Saved.
Here I go! It's attacking! Be careful! I can do it! Goro! Got it, Goro! Sure!
Okay, sketchy fight. Cite Reddit. I've been hearing more and more about how adding Reddit to your search always gives you better results, and I didn't want to do it, but it really does. Like, just searching your question plus Reddit just always gives better results, and I hate it. I did like one run of Breath of the Wild very early on, shortly after the game came out, when it was still basically glitchless, and that's basically it. And it was not a good speed game back then. Fight on. But yeah, by the time Breath of the Wild had cool stuff, I never really bothered trying to get into speedruns for it. Although I do think it's a very cool speedrun now. But don't really think I'll get into it at this point. Yeah, exactly, Lilo. All the bot-ridden stuff to just get the super basic answers for stuff makes it impossible to find answers for more detailed, in-depth stuff. I don't think wind bombing is annoying. I think wind bombing is very cool. It depends on, do you mean like to watch or to play? One thing, I feel like I'm not a Breath of the Wild speedrunner, so I don't know exactly how this is, but it feels like when I watch constant wind bombing, it feels like getting the wind bombs you want is very precise. Like having the right angle, the amount of height versus speed you get, trying to get like the double speed wind bombs, all that stuff. It looks very precise to get everything you want exactly how you want it. Pancake, is that how does that is the way I feel correct? Is it very precise to get like exactly the wind bombs you want all the time? Wind bombing's a rabbit hole. Yeah, it feels like there's much more to wind bombing than like for Tears of the Kingdom movement methods. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, it just like as a general rule, like when I compare speedruns of this game to Breath of the Wild, everything just seems more precise in Breath of the Wild. I feel like all the stuff in this game is very free.
Is firmly locked with 5 padlocks. You have the
Like it feels like if you want to get the right clip, you really have to know exactly where you're hitting your shield and exactly the frames for unequipping the shield. And you need all the right positioning for wind bombing and BTBs especially. I know BTBs aren't really used that much anymore, but BTBs also look super precise. And then I don't know about BLSS. I don't know if that's difficult precision wise. But then like everything in this game is so free. Oh, come on. Don't do this, dude. Now I have to take it over to spawn again normally. Oh my god.
Here I go! That must be the...
Yeah, it's hard to compare Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, especially for me who hasn't really run Breath of the Wild. But yeah, going back to the conversation earlier, Breath of the Wild definitely seems like everything is more precise, while things in this game are fairly easy. I think one of the big things I would say about the differences is I feel like this game has much more potential for being interesting in a glitchless setting. And I think Breath of the Wild glitchless is just trash. Like, I actually definitely think there are certain cases where a glitchless version of the run could be more interesting than a glitched version. Or at least, like, similarly interesting. Can't run precise games. I'm sure if I put in the time, I could get good at the precision, but... I mean, I guess it's not necessarily I don't want to, but I didn't realize I used all of my water stuff. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I just realized this earlier. Inobo.
I can do it!
But it would just take a lot to get into Breath of the Wild now, and I don't really have a reason to get into it right now. Like, I got into Tears of the Kingdom, you know, because it's the new thing. Oh, come on.
And that's what you need to know about me.
Yeah, it does seem like a theoretical run of like glitches outside shrines, but no glitches inside shrines would probably be really cool. I think the same thing could probably be said about this game, because it is a shame that Pocket Rocket kind of destroys 80% of shrines in this game. Should you get into Breath of the Wild 100% to finally 100% the game? No, 15 hours is too much. I wouldn't be opposed to like following a speedrun route as a for fun playthrough, maybe. But I could not do a run. Regular rocket shields already destroy most shrines. Kind of, but not to the degree of Pocket Rocket. No, Recall Cheese I don't think is as fast as you would think it is. Like for a speedrun, like yeah, for casually you can totally Recall Cheese everything. For a speedrun, I don't think Recall Cheese. In fact, I think the times Recall Cheese would be used, I think it'd actually be very cool. 25-hour run, Rough. I used to stop feeling wind bombs. I don't want a 25-hour run. I want nothing longer than like 8 hours. I'm gonna go do Breath of the Wild 50%. That's what I'll do. This angle's really bad. I mean, I get bad angles for this ABCS all the time, and it never really matters. Maybe I shouldn't really complain. All Koroks is 8 to 9 hours. Do that. All Koroks does seem kind of fun. I wouldn't want to do it, but yeah. Yeah, there's probably going to be, even with all the glitches there are now, there's probably still going to be a lot more found in the future. You can dupe Koroks. Not in this game. I think they were talking about Breath of the Wild. Unofficially dead. I mean, theoretically, if I just play literally perfect to my PB, I can get a 1 second PB. Or it's literally perfect to my sum of best. But yeah. I mean, actually, even in that case, my sum of best is inherently inaccurate in this run because of fusing rockets for Pocket Rocket. Because occasionally I'll have to Pocket Rocket, or I'll have to fuse a rocket in a place I don't normally do. Which often leads to not fusing a rocket in a place I normally would. So my sum of best is inherently inconsistent with most of the pocket rockets not accounted for. I mean, Nintendo's already been patching everything, and we just run on older versions. Not a big deal.
Come. Come. To me.
Yeah, like the speedrun community is already like 90% people running older patches, so at this point, Nintendo patching stuff doesn't really matter that much. Okay, that's fine. In fact, that was good. Wow, that actually... This is probably gonna be a best because of that. Because I was able to get, like an extra little horizontal boost. Tool is making up for Sidon. Unfortunately, I don't think it can make up the full minute that Sidon cost me. Okay, actually maybe it won't be a best. I'll save time though. Yeah, without homebrew, you need a physical copy and to factory reset your switch to get 1.0. But if you have a homebrew switch, you can just use homebrew to put on whatever patch you want.
Brave fledgling. There are still 5 locks securing the hatch on the deck. Use your power to release all 5 locks, and the hatch should open. Heed my words.
Hey, Link!
Seriously? Cool. Amazing. Coolins on side, yeah. I mean, that one was my fault, but still annoying. I still choose to be annoyed at it. Nice, perfect. That's exactly where I wanted the rocket to run out. Come on. So ABCS on 1.0, you have to manually push your build forward, and it also cannot go upwards. And most of the ABCSs we do in this run go upwards. So you have to like significantly change the strats you do for most of the ABCSs. Most likely have to cut out a lot of them. And you just can't travel from point A to point B as fast most of the time.
This wind is so strong.
I can't see.
Way to go, Lee. Oh,
No, I will not fail Koljura, or at least not intentionally. Just go listen to the music on YouTube.
you have to stay clear of those tornadoes. Be careful.
1.0 and 1.1.1 are functionally identical for speedrun. So no difference. The only actual difference is, I guess there was some bug on GSI where a quest wouldn't complete. I don't even know if it's documented how it works. It was just in the patch notes that, like opening the door to Temple of Time could sometimes not complete properly. And that's literally it. Well, unfortunately, even if there is a way past it, well, theoretically, I'm pretty sure you could already clip in. The problem is recall doesn't activate until you open the door. And the final door, the one you have to push open with hearts, doesn't activate until you get recall. So, yeah. There's a way to bypass the GSI void. Yeah, all we need to do to bypass GSI void is just somehow get to army in one frame. What? How'd I pull out bow? Just get to army while somehow still on GSI, and then we have GSI skip. Keep puzzled with the movies to allow more than one frame. I don't know if those actually delay the GSI void out by a frame. Although even if it did, I don't think you can get any memories while on GSI, so I don't think that could even be possible. But that, I guess, is a good idea. To at least test. Okay, so you can stall out the void out? Okay. So yeah, if there's just some way to reach army in time, if you can stall out the void out enough to reach army. Yeah, locking minimap to north is an option in the options menu. It's very nice. How many fairies do I use during the run? I think it's around 15. For safety, I dupe up to 25. But I think more realistically, it's like 15 to 20. Why do I have so many bows?
Ooh. Okay. Oh? Oh? Hmm.
Yeah, I thought it was sort of weird that locking the minimap to north wasn't the default option. I kind of feel like it should have been. I mean, there's no functional benefit of map being locked to north. It's just most of the time easier to read. Or at least for most people. I think most people generally have an easier time reading it if it's the same. Not rocket. Just gonna leave that poor rocket there. I hope that rocket doesn't mess up pushing the build towards me. Okay. Cool, the thing got in the way. The rock got in the way, it wasn't high enough. So I'm gonna lose time later.
Oh.
Come. Come. To where I am.
No, shut up. That's
Monsters have
bad.
appeared outside
Well,
town.
it's not that big of a deal.
Defenses at the gate.
It means I can't do the extremely tight rocket routing I want to do that
Enemies have emerged from the hive at
saves a
the east
rocket,
gate. Spot them.
but that's hard to do anyway and unlikely.
Yes! That hive is out of action. Enemies are pouring out of the hive near. Oh, right! Another hive down! Enemies from the hive near the west.
No.
So.
No. That is annoying. I need to hit a snipe and I can't see through the clouds. Okay, should be good. Yeah. Okay. In theory, this actually should be faster than shooting it on the way to Gerudo Town, but it's much harder. Well, not much harder, but I don't want to deal with the clouds, basically.
Oh? Oh.
Come on.
This has to be the turn, right?
Don't.
Does that mean it's like the other gifted? Here we go. Right, right. Okay.
Mic not muted. I will not sing a song.
Daughter of the Garuda. This platform connects to the very top of this temple. Use your power to charge the 4 batteries, and it will function once more. Heed my words.
Sorry, but I did not submit anything to AGDQ. And submissions just ended the other day. Yes, people who don't submit runs are banned from doing runs because they only allow you to do runs if you submit and they accept it. So in that sense, I am banned.
Right, right.
Perfect. Actually, just want my sword to break there. I did miss the heart. It's good. I saved some time by missing the heart.
Oh. Oh. So.
Yeah, I did think they were just gonna call them Redeads instead of Gibdos. I wonder if it's just because Gibdos are like a cooler name. Oh yeah, was this the run where I got a crit, so I got an extra speed potion? Might as well use it now. Gibdos are mums instead. Yeah, I guess that makes sense actually. Yeah, since it's the desert and the mums. Although they don't look very mummified. Well, I mean, I guess they look mummified after the mummy part has been removed.
Link. Link. Come to me. I am waiting.
Well, no, undead seems like a normal term because like their specific other name is Redead, not undead. Undead is just like a general zombie term, so I don't think that's it. Come on. Every time. That was close. No. What? Dude? How does this... How is that so bad?
Link, I am waiting. Waiting for you.
Time save for load time. I was thinking... I think that doesn't actually save load time like I initially thought. Oh my god. I can't do this. Oh my god, that was so sloppy. That was so good until right after I shot the moblin. Up to the moblin, it was super good. And then it just fell apart right after that. How is he not dying? I just don't understand. Quarter heart death protection. But why only one or two of them sometimes? Why is it a random number? And also, they are totally not at a quarter health. That's definitely a lot more than that. Dude, I didn't even get the ragdoll. I don't think this will PB unless I can somehow find a glitch that I basically have to find a load time save glitch for this to PB. There's basically no way gameplay wise. Oh, that is perfect. Find just accidentally get like the most amazing load time of all time, and then I can PB. At what point would I reset? If I get like halfway through the run and it starts to get bad, like a minute behind, I might as well finish it off. So like in this run, I'm not gonna, unless it got super bad, I was just gonna finish this run for practice. But if I'm like a minute behind, you know, early on, then I'd reset. But if I'm like halfway or more through a run and it's not that bad, even if it can't PB, still worth finishing for practice. Cosmic rays time. Yeah, somehow I need cosmic rays to just magically speed up all the loads here by a minute. Not really, Katsai. Have I considered overclocking my Switch? I actually, well, for speedrunning, that would never be allowed. I have actually been curious about testing it out. I actually did set up overclocking on my Switch the other day. I didn't, like, actually overclock it, but I set up what I need to overclock it. So sometime soonish, I do actually want to experiment with it just to see what it's like. You were joking? Yeah, I mean, again, it'll never be actually used for speedruns, but I am curious about how it might work out. Speaking of which, another thing I was setting up is I was actually trying to set up the input viewer, and I couldn't get it to work. Actually, is there anyone knowledgeable about Switch hacking here? Because I might want to see if someone might know what my problem is after this. No. Is everyone here dumb? And no one knows about Switch hacking? Okay, well, I'll talk about it after the run and see if anyone can help me. I'll use you guys as my tech support. You better help me if you want input viewer. By turning the Switch off and on. I tried that many times. Nice. I love getting the gem slash all the way down. Yeah, it's so sick when I get that. I have a launch switch, so I did the easy hacking method. Pretty okay run. Yeah, I mean, this is gonna be like about a minute, just barely over a minute behind PB. Still a decent run overall. Like, most of my mistakes were in like 2 places, with most of the run being alright. Still another 2:45. That's still second best time, so good enough. The Master Sword cannot run out of energy during the Demon Dragon fight. It is it doesn't lose durability during the fight. My army of 245. I mean, it's only my third 245, but still. No rando tomorrow. I want to do more runs tomorrow, probably. How much of that gold buy? That was only a best buy 0.1. Sub 240 possible? Probably not impossible right now, but with current strats it'd be very difficult.
How are you?
Like, more likely 240 will not happen until more strats are found, which is totally gonna happen. Still very early on. Oh, cool, Maz. Yeah, I'll take a look at that soon. Yeah, because if that could be... If you could, like, chain those together, I could actually see that. What's actually super convenient is we get small wheels at the same dispenser that we get rockets. So it would require no rerouting if we can actually manage to get it in. Oh, okay. Input viewer stuff. Okay, I don't know if anyone here knows switch hacking stuff or might know what my issue is. But I'll just see if anyone knows. Okay, so I tried to set up the input viewer, and it's supposed to be really simple. I just put like one program in my atmosphere folder, and then I pull up the program on my PC, and I just put a few settings in and put my IP address in for my switch, and it's all good. And I kept trying that, and I like triple checked everything, and it's not working. What I think might be the issue, but I'm not 100% sure, is... So I'm playing on SysNAND, not EmuNAND. And the reason for that is loading times, because loads are faster on SysNAND. And so because I don't want to get banned from Nintendo, I also did the DNS thing to block Nintendo's IP, so like my Switch can't communicate with Nintendo. And I feel like because of that, it's preventing the information to be sent to my PC for the input viewer. But I don't know if that's actually the case. And if it is, I don't know what to do about it. Does anyone know anything about if that might be the case, or if those things interact that way? Yeah, I feel like it shouldn't affect connecting via IP, but I don't know what else would be the problem. Because I like triple checked everything. It's supposed to be a very simple setup. And there's no way I have the program in the wrong folder. There's no way I have the IP address wrong. It's a Wi-Fi access point PC on the same switch as my network. It should be. Would it make a difference if one is connected via Ethernet and the other isn't? Like it's the same network, but my PC is connected for Ethernet and my Switch I was using Wi-Fi for, but it should be the same network. FTP clients work fine when using the DNS stuff too. Okay, that's actually a good point because I actually also tried the FTP thing as a double check, and that was also not working. So if FTP client should be working with the DNS stuff, then something else is going wrong. Probably wouldn't make a difference. So it's not that I can't connect to the internet. It's specifically, so I tried other stuff like, for example, the Homebrew App Store. I am able to access the Homebrew App Store, which does require internet. So I can connect to that. I cannot connect to an FTP server. Like I set up the FTP server and it says access denied. And I can't connect to the input viewer. And I'm not sure why. Firewall issue. I did consider it was a firewall issue. I did some digging and there was something. There was like one obscure line in the input viewer details that said like open up this firewall port, and I did that and nothing changed. Go to my folder and check exosphere.ini file. Okay, I'm gonna have to pull out my Switch for this, so give me a sec. Okay, check exosphere.ini. Is exosphere.ini in the atmosphere folder? For some reason, the file explorer on my PC keeps saying there's like no files found. I'll just do it on the Switch. I'll just use NX shell. Be on the base SD card, okay. You know what, this is gonna be easier if I just put the SD card in my Switch, I think. Hold on. Or put the SD card in my PC, I mean. Sorry, we're doing tech support right now, guys. Also, my Switch is really hot. Because I do not see Exosphere at all. Yeah, I only see the only stuff that isn't folders I see is Fusey and HP menu and tinfoil install. Yeah, I think I did do the DNS block with a host txt file. Does do they accomplish the same thing? Like, would it not matter if I have Exosphere or not if I just did that? They're two separate methods. Okay, so does that mean like it's not related to Exosphere or anything? Search Exosphere? Yeah. I need to download more dedicated WAM. Okay, yeah. That'll fix it. Oh, it's in atmosphere config templates. Is that where it's supposed to be? Oh, it's an example file? So this doesn't actually do anything? Because that was the only Exosphere file it found. If I can't open it in Notepad? Okay. Okay, and which one did you say change a 0 to a 1? 0 next to sys. Is it blank prod info underscore sys mmc? Is that it? Yeah, because that's the only sys I see. Or wait, is it allow writing to cal sys mmc? How's it going? I'm doing tech support. Don't think the problem is there. Blank prod info mmc is set to 1. Okay. And then I want to copy this to the root of the SD card also. I think I already have the host file. Thanks for resub, JDog. Yeah, good old fun tech support stream. Okay, putting it back in my Switch now. Yeah, I'll do another big all settings max rando again at some point. Install Ship for Arcanian while I'm at it. I actually should install Ship for Arcanian on my Switch, actually. No, not cables being down. I'm doing Switch homebrew stuff. Okay. Quick test, see if the input viewer works now. Probably won't. Let me see. We'll double check if things are actually set up properly. No, so that didn't change anything. Double check my IP just in case. Yeah. Yeah, so nothing changed. Yeah, I just don't know what's going wrong here. Sounds like an issue with my Wi-Fi Ethernet not talking to each other. I wonder if I plug it in with Ethernet, do you think there's a chance that might work? Because I mean, I could just try that, I guess. Yeah. Let me try. Yeah, I have the LAN adapter. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if it is router configuration. Okay, give me a sec. I'll try and see if it'll communicate if it's docked with the LAN adapter. The icon isn't changing to LAN. It's been a while since I used my adapter, actually. It might be not set up properly. Hold on a sec. Okay, never mind. There it is. Okay, is it communicating now? Reconnect. Still nothing. Change the IP again. Okay, I mean, I clicked reconnect. Or wait, you mean like my switch IP might change by going into Ethernet? Here, let me check. Does it matter if I leak my Switch IP on stream? I assume nothing can really happen from you guys knowing my Switch IP, right? Just in case. Yeah, okay, it did change. Doesn't look like it. Why? Yeah, it's still not working. I don't know what's going on. Let me try the FTP server again also, because I know that I know the FTP server also wasn't working. I'm trying to set up an info doer on my Switch, which is supposed to be very easy, but something is not going right, and so I cannot do it. Yeah, I'm trying to be Hackerman's. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I can't access the FTP server either. So yeah, something. It must be some router issue then. Somehow my router must be blocking communication between my Switch and my PC. And I have no idea how to figure out what to do with that. I assume it wouldn't be like a single port that I could open on firewall settings, right? Probably something like device isolation. I guess I can try to look. I don't remember. I haven't checked my router settings in forever. I think I'll try to check that later. Hard resetting the router after stream. I guess I could try that. I feel like that's not gonna do anything, but I could try. Open CMD on Windows and type ping IP of switch. That's a good idea. General failure. Windows 10. Definitely a router issue. Yeah. That's cool. Yeah, weird. I actually did open that port. I did find that thing about opening that port. Tried that. It didn't work. Both Ethernet cables on the same switch. Do you mean like same Ethernet switch? Yes. Yeah, I could not ping the switch. It did not work. Said general failure. Thanks for the sub, Bam. Thank you for subbing during tech support. Glad you enjoy the tech support stream. Okay, yeah. So I guess I'll have to look up device isolation or something on my router. Okay, I assume at this point this is just something I'm gonna have to fix myself with my router, and I don't think chat's gonna be able to help that much from here. I'm not using a VPN. But yeah, I guess I at least probably know what the cause is, so if I can just figure out the solution, I should be able to have input viewer next stream. But yeah, I guess I'll stop here. So thanks for watching, guys. Hope you enjoyed the tech support. I'll see if I can fix this off stream. But yeah, I'll see you later. Bye bye.